So I am going to start working on one of these journal kits. I did a journal already off of the Herbal Witchy one that I sold over the weekend. But I'll go ahead and show y'all what that kit looks like. And I'm either going to put together apothecary or botanical. I haven't decided which one. But this is the Herbal Witch one. All the kits are kind of similar in what comes in them. So they all come with 6 double-sided sheets to fold in half to be the pages of your journal. So fronts and backs of all of them are a little bit different. And they all are like green themed or herbal or planty related in some way. I was kind of diving into the green and woodsy vibes. So those are the 6 pages that come in the witchy one. And then each kit also comes with these. This is the sheet to cut in half to be your inside cover sheet. And this is the back cover sheet. This is the cover, little frog on it for the witchy one. And then you're going to get 4 sheets of themed ephemera. The witchy one's ephemera is a little bit different. The botanical and the apothecary has more of a similar layout to each other. But you get these 8 either journaling cards or tags, however you would like to use them. On here you've got a tag and an envelope, a little pocket, some tabs, some circles, a little 4-fold where all 4 ends fold in. You're going to get this page with 4 pockets on it for corner tuck spots. And then 4 other little circles that you can use to make dangles or little mini circle tags or whatever you'd like with them. And then this sheet of tags, another envelope, and 2 pieces to do belly bands with. So that is what the Herbal Witchy kit looks like. I will have the flip through of that journal posted to my YouTube at some point, probably after I get through my son's graduation and party this weekend. It's kind of chaotic in our house right now. This is the apothecary kit. Oh, and the kits also come with the 2 cardboard pieces for the cover, as well as a 1-inch spine piece. I don't know if I have one actually cut. I'll have to cut one. It comes with a 1-inch spine piece as well. And then a sheet of brown craft paper cardstock to use in the binding, which I'm going to do a demo and show how to put all of this together. And it also comes with brown wax cord to sew the signature in as well. All right, let's look at our apothecary kit. So that is the cover for that. They are different shades of green, each kit. If you look at them, the witchy one is kind of a darker one. The apothecary is more of that bright green, and the botanical is more of like a foresty green. So are a little bit different shades. So you get the front cover, the back cover, your inside cover sheets. And then these are the 6 double-sided pages for this one. That one with the mortal and pedestal. This one with a little double shelf setup. More herbals and apothecary bottles, kind of little note-looking sheets. And then that page is last. And then the ephemera on this one. You're going to get some large journaling cards, some that look like little library cards, and some that are more picture-y. This sheet that has the envelope, one of the 4-fold little mini envelopes, this little double-sided folding tag, and then the circles that you can use for embellishing or dangles. 4 pockets, and then some mini little tags or journaling cards. And then this big old sheet of big tags, medium tags, and little tags. So that is the different page for the apothecary. I'm trying to think and decide if I want to do this one or botanical. Look at botanical. Botanical is the more foresty green with the purple florals on the cover, and then that is the back cover sheet. And then we have the inside cover sheets. Oh, this one has the craft paper in there. This is the floral journaling cards for the botanical one. And then envelopes, folding tag, circles. I've got the different pockets and little journaling cards. I do have an Ollie's by me. I was there last week. And then tags, some belly band strips, and then another envelope. And then this is what the it's not gonna stay up there. This is what the pages look like for the journal. So you get the 6 double-sided pages, all the different florals on there. And some of it's got lines and some of it doesn't. It's got a nice vintage vibes to this one. Alright, so that is the different kits that I designed. Jumping into greens and earthy vibes. It started off, it was going to be one kit, and then I couldn't decide if I wanted to play with flowers or do apothecary, or if I wanted something with a darker edge, which is what the witchy one became. I think I'm going to put together the apothecary one. I think that's the one I want to put together. Stick this one back in its little. Come on, get in your package. In your sleeve, whatever it is. Get in there. So you don't end up on my floor. Okay. Alright, so to start off making this. Oh, I know. I totally hit up the craft supplies in the Ollie's last week. They had a ton of stuff. If anybody owns one of those big venture Cricut things that take the huge rolls, they have those huge rolls at Ollie's. I contemplated getting them and cutting them down, but I don't know where I would store that. I got some of the smart vinyl though. Alright, so I'm going to take out the pages and the ephemera stuff, and we're just going to start with the cover first. And then crop stock. Okay. Stuff everywhere in here. Alright, so to start off, well, I need to cut a 1-inch spine down because I don't have any cut down right now. Oh, it's not. Is that the right? It is not the right sheet. That one. Okay. So your kit will come with a 1-inch spine already cut for you. Because I cut them as I'm packing kits. But that is why I have a missed call from you. Gonna. Oh, that sounds fun. Yeah, I gotta be back out in Jasper to pick up Jacob from from graduation practice at like, he didn't know if it was 9:30 or 10:30. He thought today was 10:30 and called me at 9 to tell me they were going to be done at 9:30. And I said, well, you're just going to be sitting there until I get there. Because his school's like an hour and 10 minutes from my house. So I will be up either at 9 or 10. One of the two. And see if I get more sleep than I did last night. Okay. Oops. Alright, put this back so it doesn't end up stabbing me in the foot on the floor. Alright, so I'm going to start off with the front cover, just because I have to be more precise for that one, because you definitely want to make sure you center, or I mean, at least for me, I like to have this centered on the sheet. It is perfectly centered in the design, so as long as you get it centered on the page, you should be good. And all questions and clean up before the. Well, that sounds fun. So I'm gonna do this and see if that looks straightish. Yep, it looks good enough. And I'm only doing this so that I can see where to plop it once I put glue on it. I don't want to stick it in the wrong place once I have glue on the cardstock stuff. So I want to give it a nice landing ground. I'm going to make sure I go close to the edge all around. I'm not going to bother covering the whole thing with glue, mostly because it is cardstock and not fabric, so it attaches a lot easier. And because I don't want to take that much time. I want to get to the binding part of it to show y'all how this goes together. And then we're just going to flip it and land it, hopefully, in my nice little folded spot. Oh, AJ's awards ceremony. You gotta send me pics or post pics so I can see those. Cutie patootie. Alright, and just so that it's a little less cumbersome when we're folding, I'm gonna cut off all the corners kind of perpendicular to that. And you can definitely save those corners to, you know, embellish somewhere in the journal. I am that weird person that saves corners to embellish corners of papers. Alright, and then we are going to proceed to, with what? Phone space? Girl, you still haven't figured out your phone space? iPhone problems. Sheesh. Sorry, y'all. If you love iPhones, I'm anti-iPhone. I've never had one. I just can't bring myself to do that. I am content with my Samsung Galaxies that I've gone through. I can understand that. So far, my phone is holding on. It's the one I got the same weekend as me and Brandon's wedding. The bird's doing okay. Me too. Do you not do iPhones, Jalen? I still find some people sometimes that don't do iPhones. There's definitely a lot more people that do than don't. But I mean, like, I've used my kids. They get iPhones. And I've never paid for more than half of an iPhone because I told them if they wanted one, I would help pay for it, but I wasn't paying that much for a phone. And like my phone, when I say I got a new phone the same weekend as my wedding, which that was a bad idea. Y'all never do that. I spent the whole weekend fighting with my phone to remember passwords and stuff for things that I didn't have saved my Samsung phone or my Google. All right, so outer corners, now that we've got the top and bottom, I'm going to go ahead and kind of crease this. Love your Galaxy. Yay! See, you should leave the dark side, Sam. Usually I love the dark side. Maybe the Samsungs are the dark side and the iPhones are the light side. So I'm going to do this right here at the corner. So I creased up against the page, and then I'm going to fold this so that it lines up with the edge of that. And that is just so you get a nice crisp corner right there at the edge. Same thing I do when I do the fabric cover. Just, you don't really get to crease fabric. All right. I'm going to shove some glue under the flap I made. Oh, thank you for the bin purchase. All right. Make sure my flaps stay down. Samsung is the dark side. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with being on the dark side because I seem to have way less problem than you and the girls do. That is one thing that Brandon was happy when he left IBM and got the new job, that he didn't have to carry two phones anymore, and that he could ditch the iPhone they forced him to have. Yeah, I'll stick to where I pay a lot less in life to the company that made my phone, other than when I purchase it. That's the only time that Samsung gets money from me, is when I purchased my phone. Alright. That one kind of still ended up a little bulky. It's okay. Alright, so now we're going to repeat on this side. I haven't had problems until lately. Well, I mean, that makes sense. Every time they release a new iPhone, they slow down the other phones. And I'm guessing there's been a lot of phones released in the last 5 years. The only reason why I got a new phone was because my battery life was lagging a bit. But I had that phone for I don't even know how long. Hey, and my phone, when I got it 2 years ago, it wasn't new. It was a refurbished one I found on Amazon. And it wasn't the newest Samsung either. I don't remember what mine is. Maybe it's a 22? I don't remember. I don't keep up with all that enough. I only bother when I decide to buy a new one, so it'll be a while till I bother to look into what phones do again. I don't know. Considering I run like my entire life, other than design stuff that I do, and when I need to do like a lot of work in a spreadsheet from the restaurant. I mean, I run, I guess, 3 different businesses off my phone. Seems to handle it just fine. Oh, I messed up that corner. I folded it in too close. It'll be okay. I'm probably going to put book corners on it again now. Okay. Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining. All right, so there's our front cover. I probably could have pulled it down a little, but that's fine. It'll probably end up with trim or something on it anyway. All right, so I am going to follow which way my leafies are going. So before we start attaching the back cover, all right, that girly. Thanks for stopping by and chatting. So before I put this one on, like that one, I just centered it to keep it on the design center. This one, I'm going to cut it down. And that is because, well, you don't actually need a full sheet of paper to do it, and because I would like to use some of the green on the spine. Sorry, I'm trying to get some of the glue off my finger. So it stops peeling everywhere. Okay. So realistically, I only need, enough to be able to fold over. I do want it to be straight though. And then I really only need like that much and that much, so then I'm going to cut this. Although I really can't cut a straight line to save my life, so we're going to draw a line to help it because I'm so bad at cutting a straight line. Have a pen, purple pen. And then just so that the bulkiness matches, I'm going to trim at the bottom too. You don't really have to. I don't even remember if I ended up using that piece for anything while I was embellishing, but that mostly worked. I'm going to cut off this little strip. Put that to the side. I think I did end up using it when I did the other journal. I think I used it as part of a belly band I did. Anyway. All right, so then we are going to repeat what we did on the other one. I'm going to go ahead and get this where I want it and crease all of my sides. Chasey Lou, you unlocked Bronze Skull. You got a coupon up at the top.
And this will just make it easier once I put the glue to make sure I smack it in the roundabout correct position of where I want it. Okay. I refuse to let it go. I refuse to let it go. Yeah. Okay. And then sticky side down. And we're going to snip our corners. It's all over. Save my little corner pieces. A sec. Drink some of my Mountain Dew. And then we're going to repeat what we did with the front. And except this time we have less, I was about to say fabric. It's not fabric. Less cardstock to get down. So it might mean you have to hold it a little bit longer because for whatever reason, when there's less of it, it seems like it's harder for the glue to hold it down, but it will stay. Welcome in, everybody. Feel free to shop the bin. I am showing how to put together the new journal kits that I designed. So it's a little bit of a different binding style than the other ones that I've done. Mostly because I think most of the other ones that I've done are all fabric covered instead of cardstock. Alright, we're gonna do the crease and then pinch that little tiny bit and create a little flat to roll over just to make sure we don't get any white parts sticking out. And y'all ignore the nails. I need to do my nails. They're a mess. Just haven't had time. I'm gonna do them before my son's graduation Friday though. They still looked good because my daughter's graduation was last Tuesday and her party was Friday. They definitely don't look good now. Alright, I'm still gonna shove a little glue even though it's a tiny little flat just to make sure it'll stay down. What's everybody up to tonight? Anybody crafting while scrolling on Whatnot? A lot of times when I'm sitting up late at night crafting, that's when I scroll around to people's shows. Unless I'm crafting on a show, like tonight. Alright. And we're going to repeat. Pinch our little corner. And if you guys are joining late, you can rewatch the entire show tonight. If you purchase something, you can rewatch the whole thing on your video receipt. It'll let you scroll back to the beginning. And then I will eventually get the video from tonight will eventually be on my YouTube channel. I just can't guarantee how long it'll take me to get it up. Making a junk journal spread. Nice. Not crafting. That's okay. Hard to swipe and craft at the same. I know. Sometimes that's a good thing. When you spend as much time on Whatnot as I do, sometimes it's okay to not be able to swipe. Oh man. If my mom was still alive and could see how much my phone says I spend online, especially on Whatnot, she'd have a field day. Oh, between running shows and helping with trains and running trains and just hanging out with people, because people are fun, man. I found a lot of cool people on Whatnot. I spend too much time on it. All right. So I got both our cover pieces covered. Haha, cover pieces covered. All right, let me get some of the glue off my finger. And then we will start working with our spine, and I'll show y'all how this is going to work. That was a thick layer. Okay. All right, so a little spine piece will come with your kits. This is our strip that we cut off the back piece before we glued the back piece down. And I mean, you don't actually need this whole piece. That's a lot of extra. I'm just going to snip that off. Maybe I'll use that for something. All right. I didn't snip very straight. See, this is why I draw lines. Do y'all see how horrible that is? That's horrible. I can't cut a straight line. All right, so we're going to start out gluing our spine down onto our little strip. I'm going to make sure to get close to the edges. And then I'm going to do y'all know why well, I can't keep track of those little brushes and tools and stuff that they make for smearing the glue. But I have found, one, it gets the stickiness everywhere a lot easier. But also, especially when you're using fabric, if you don't smear the glue around, y'all, it can seep through a lot easier when there's like a drop of it versus a smeared droplet. You like watching how other people make their nice. I will say my favorite
way to make a journal cover, honestly, is from a repurposed book cover. And I think it's just because that's how I started out making them. I don't know why. And everyone ends up different because, you know, it depends on what the book is like. But then I do a lot of them with chipboard or cardboard and fabric. I usually use fabric a lot more than I do cardstock. But I didn't have a fabric that I had enough of to make kits for y'all. Especially once I decided to do 3 different designs instead of just one that I could offer that vibed well enough with what I ended up designing. All right, so basically we're doing the same thing to this that we did to the covers, just in a tall, skinny version. There are so many, and you are right. I watch a lot of random YouTube videos and stuff. There's so many different ways of doing things. I feel like as a crafting community, junk journalers are always figuring out new ways to be crafty. I think that might be kind of why I like it, because I don't get bored with it. I just try new stuff. Okay, now I have glue on like a ton of fingers. Ugh. Okay. Something you want. No ideas. It doesn't cost anything. That is so true. Just you know, resist. My problem is I'll it happens more on YouTube than on whatnot because, you know, you don't get past to something that's sometimes really random. YouTube doesn't have the greatest habit of sticking with the same, I guess, genre of craft, or at least not for me, or maybe it's just because I watch a lot of weird stuff. But sometimes I'll end up on like a whole new craft that has nothing to do with anything I own. And then I get the urge to buy a bunch of stuff for a craft that I don't own anything for. And I'm like, no, I don't need that. I don't have space. Let's stick to stuff that involves things I already have. So at least in the same realm. Okay. Come on, dry faster. Nobody wants to watch glue dry. Sometimes I remember those random weird videos. Like, I've never done anything with mosaic tile, and I watched some random video with mosaic tile. I think they were making coasters, and they looked really pretty. You know, like years later, I was at a yard sale, and there was a whole like plastic shoebox full of mosaic tile. Y'all know where that mosaic tile is? Sitting in a random bin in on the other side of my basement that I've never used because I bought it at that yard sale. I don't know how to do anything with mosaic tile. I don't have anything else to go with the mosaic tile to do anything with it. At least I don't think I do.
I guess let me not say that I don't, because there's a chance I do. I don't know. I'm only thinking of that because I was looking for stuff for my daughter's party, and I found that shoebox in a bin, and I'm like, oh yeah, I own mosaic tile. I need to do something with that. I think I put enough glue on. Okay. Come on, just dry. All right. So next part, we are going to use the craft paper sheet that is included for craft cardstock. So you can do it on the short side if you want the binding to be shorter, kind of up to you. I like mine to be the same height. Again, we are going to draw lines because I can't cut in a straight line. You are going to want at least, I put 2 inches on either side of the 1 inch line. So I'm going to come over here and cut. Sorry, I'm trying to line this up and get it in a mostly straight line. Not that it necessarily will matter if it's straight or not. And I mean, you can have it longer. I don't know if I'd go shorter. Why doesn't this pen want to work? I like this pen. It's a pretty purple. I think I'm purple. I think it's because I had it stored upside down. Now that I think of it. All right. And then this one. I'm going to cut this piece out and attempt to have a straight line. Attempt. Not my strong suit. Okay. If you're going to end up with ink on there, it's fine. It's going to be hitting on the ends anyway. That's why it doesn't necessarily matter if it's straight. I can't cut straight either. If you were to look at this, it's really not that straight. I could, if I do like I just did and I use a ruler to draw a line, I'm more likely to. It's just my big paper cutter is on a table on the other side of the basement. And my little slide cutter, the blades are dull, so all it does is shred the edges of my paper. Which, I mean, sometimes is good. I do use that sometimes because I like that look, but not right now. Alright, so now we are going to glue this down. So you're going to want to make sure it gets very, very close to the edge, if not on the edge. Because we don't want parts of it to not be attached.
And then since this is part of how we are putting the book together, I'm actually going to make sure we put a whole bunch of glue in here. It's a pretty thick craft cardstock, so the chances of it going through are not the same as on the pretty printed paper. Okay. Now let's see if I can actually line this up. And I'm going to try to push it down with parts of my hands that aren't covered in glue now. Okay. I'm going to grab a wipe and get the glue off so I don't get it everywhere on the next part. So much glue. Okay. If y'all weren't here on my very early crafting demos, I used to absolutely despise having glue on my hand. I've gotten more used to it over the years, but it used to really irk me. I can't stand being sticky. Don't ask me how I raised 4 kids and all their friends and random other children that showed up. Do you ever have the glue eat your nail polish? I don't think so, but I don't know. Mostly I chip it off because I use my fingernails like they're a tool for crafting. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think so. It's art glitter glue is what I use most of the time, so I don't know. Never thought of that. I don't know. They're a hot mess right now. Okay. So we're going to flip this over and we're going to use the bone folder to start trying to get the craft cardstock to fold in along the spine. And it just helps with getting the right spacing of the cardstock. It's art glitter glue. It's just I buy big bottles and then put it in these bottles that I found because I don't like their bottles, like the little bottles. They're too hard for me to squeeze. These are an easy squeeze bottle I found. And they have these cute little silicone tips to cover it with because I can't keep track of lids. Like, it's impossible. I have so many glues with plastic cellophane and stuff tied to the top or stuck on the top. I do also use a bookbinding glue when I am fully covering and doing more intense journals. And then I have like a Scotch permanent glue stick that's good for some stuff too. I don't know. There's probably a lot of glues in my house, but usually it's art glitter glue. At least that's what's in these bottles. Okay. So I don't know how well y'all can see that. Let's see. Can we see that on camera? Yeah, we can. So I've got it formed over the spine. So now this cardstock is pretty much, oh, it's not very dry yet. But the cardstock is more level with the spine. Focus up here. Focus up here. There we go. So it's kind of more level with the spine now. And that just helps it so that it will have its wiggle room to actually be a spine. All right. So one of the things I'm going to start looking at, I mean, you don't have to, but certain things I'm picky about. So like my leaf patterns going that way.
So I want them to match, or it'll drive me crazy when it's together. Okay. So this is up. That's my front cover. It's my back cover. Move all the randomness out of my way, including my phone. All right. So I'm gonna line the covers up on my mat to try to keep everything nice and straight. So we are going to be attaching, we're going to be gluing this part to this part of the covers. So our spine was an inch. I believe last time it ended up being about, nope, I think it was 1.25 inches. That's where I attached it at, because you don't want, maybe I should flip it over to explain this. You don't want to attach like this, because if you attach the spine right next to the cover, when it starts to open, it's going to start ripping off. You need it to have playroom in between. I don't know if that makes sense. It's more like from calls and error of trying things, I guess. It's got to have playroom. It doesn't like to be claustrophobic. All right. Might actually, I feel like 1.25 inches might not be. What is that at? Yeah, that's like 1 inch, more like 1.5 inches. And so spread it out. Okay, so now that I have this pretty much lined up, I'm going to come back with the bone folder and we're going to kind of try to deepen. It's hard to not let the cover or the spine move, but we want to try to push that down into that crack so that it gets a nice bend. Basically, we're scoreboarding our cardstock with our spine and our cover, but a very wide, deep scoring. Yeah. I guess that's the best way to explain it. Ah, it moved. And I swear, this might seem like being very extra, but working the cardboard before you, or cardstock before you attach it, makes such a difference with when it's attached. Because there's just some things it doesn't want to do once it's been glued to something else. Like it just doesn't want to cooperate as much. Okay. Oop. Alright. So I'm going to try to start folding this up a little bit. Now that I kind of have my groove. Just to prepare it for being able to be a book. And so that it'll fold the right place once it is glued. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to start with the front cover. And I'm going to glue right on the edge. Make sure this isn't upside down. Okay. I've done that before, y'all know why. I totally glued a cover on upside down and ended up just covering it with another image. I always try to save the mess ups. I feel like they're not mess ups, it just means you gotta re-envision the project. Alright. Well, the spine's the most important part, man. If your spine breaks, it's not a journal anymore. It's just pieces of stuff.
I like my stuff to stay together. At least I hope it stays together. So far, I haven't had anybody message me about any journals I've made. So. All right, I'm going to put this where it's going to go, even though we're not gluing it down, just so I can make sure I center it. And mostly you just want to make sure you're getting them lined up at the bottom so you don't end up with a lopsided freaking journal. Not saying it won't happen, but. And then I'm going to run this down this just to make sure it doesn't get attached too high up so that it has that wiggle room. I forgot to check to see if the cardstock was short enough before I put it in the cover. That's okay. Usually I check and make sure it's not going to stick up over the top, but it should be okay. It's kind of a little high on the top. Oh yeah, see, I should have checked that beforehand. So that's sticking up over the top. So we're going to hope I can kind of cut a straight-ish line, maybe, and at least get rid of it. Okay. Okay, so we're going to line everything back up. First, we're going to get as close to the edge as you can. Oh my God, it's almost clogged. Okay. Come on, cooperate. Get lined up. So if you guys have ever seen me do the fabric covered journal tutorials, basically this brown cardstock is being like your inside piece of fabric we usually put in. It's just, you know, the whole front isn't wrapped in fabric as one solid piece. Instead, you wrap each of the three pieces, and then you end up with this cool look, which then I kind of go in and I distress that once it's all dry. And I distress around all the edges of the pieces. All right. So that is on. I'm going to grab some trim because I'm going to go ahead and put some ribbon closures on this before we put this on. And I might actually go run to my paper cutter because I need to actually cut this in a straight line or it's going to drive me insane. All right. Let's see. I don't know if I put any gibbies in here. Let me start y'all a gibby. It will be for it'll be for a sheet of the tags from the ephemera from one of the 3 journal kits, whichever one you choose. You'll get a sheet of tags. It might have to be cut down to fit into a plain white envelope. I can't type and think at the same time. All right. Giveaway is running. You'll get 1 sheet of tags from the journal of your choice. I'm going to go cut this and figure out what I did with all the green ribbon I pulled. had to go buy more greens because and I found this cute vine one, which is kind of cool looking. But I had to go buy more ribbon because between me jumping into doing all these greens, as well as my son's graduation party being Black and Green Dungeons and Dragons themed, I was running very low on green ribbon. Let's see. I think I'm going to use that one. Know your mind. Alright. I usually do about 18 inches. Now the kits do not come with any trim or anything with them. So you will have to embellish them with trim of your choice that you have. I didn't want to keep adding stuff to the kits and make them even more pricey because it's already a lot of paper and ink and time. Okay. I usually just find the middle point. It's 9 inches tall, so 4.5. I wanna get you high. Alright, and then I went and I cut that sheet in half. Oh, maybe I didn't do it. What did I do? Oh no, this is the one that got jammed on my printer. Do it this way. But I'm gonna de-stress this before I put this in here, and I might actually. Do I want to corner round? No, it'll be alright. But I'm gonna de-stress it. Before I attach it, because the rest of it I can de-stress the outside of the journal after the fact. But I can't de-stress this once I glue it down, so. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think I've hit the age where I have to start thinking about how much stuff I have to craft in the same time period. And because my hands are just so freaking tired. It's been a long couple weeks between crafting for Whatnot and crafting for 2 different grad parties. And then my son, who is sweet as can be, so not my oldest, but the next oldest. So like each of my kids, I gave them the choice if they wanted a big 18th birthday party or if they wanted a big graduation party. I was like, we can't do both, so you got to choose. Each of you can choose whatever. So 3 of the 4 chose grad parties, and the next, the oldest, chose an 18th birthday party. And we did like, write a letter for the now adult Maya, kind of thing, and had a whole little craft table set up. And I made her like a binder style 8.5 by 11 journal. That was like faux leather and spiky and gothic. She had a Tim Burton themed 18th birthday. And so I had made her that. And it's funny because like sometimes I don't think my son pays attention to my crafting. I really hope he's in bed. I don't think he's joined Whatnot. But we were looking at like autograph books and like memory books that they make for grad parties. And I was going to get one of the ones to stick his photo on the front. And he goes, well, I wanted you to make me a journal like you did Maya. And I was like, really? It made me so happy. And then he tried to steal this dragon journal back here that's medieval themed. And I was like, I will make you your own that is thought of just for you. It fits your color scheme. But I thought it was sweet. I was excited. It was one of those mommy moments where I was like, oh my God, you like the stuff that I make? So, but now I have to make another journal sometime this week. Before Sunday. So, but it's okay because it's just basically doing a journal cover. And then I'll put, the plastic protective sleeves for everyone to drop their letter into. Have a little craft table set up with Dungeons and Dragons stickers and dragon stickers, and I even made these little. I don't play D&D. I love D&D. my two youngest adore it, but I don't play. But I understand like the desire to play it. But like these are mini like the item and loot cards and potion cards and stuff. So I made all of these little things for people to put on their to decorate their notes to go in his little journal. And I also use some of them to put on sticks to go in the centerpieces. But I'm excited. I hope he likes the randomness I make. So, but yeah, I'm excited. Especially because he's not a crafty person. He's never been. He did learn how to loom crochet and like made a hat before when he was little. Like he hung out with me long enough to learn that, but he's never really wanted to be crafty. So see, when I was talking about you could use the short end or the long end of the craft paper, if you use the short end, it would be the same width as this. So you wouldn't have this part sticking out on either side of this. I think that's what I did with the other one. I don't know why I thought I did it this way. That's okay. We'll just distress it before I glue this on it, and it'll be okay. But yeah, so if you don't want the bindings paper to show on the outside of your now I just de-stressed my map. On the outside of your inner cover pages, use a short end. I don't know why I thought it was a long end. It is what it is. All right, we're gonna glue this down. Oh, did the kivy run? I wasn't even paying attention. I was focusing. Hold on. All right, so Deb Cop, do you want tags from Apothecary, Botanical, or the Herbal Witch Journal Kit? And then I will print you a sheet of tags and then trim them to fit in an envelope. Apothecary. Okay, awesome. You will have some apothecary tags coming out to you, sweetie.
All right. I kind of got it even. Nope. This one's down further. Yeah, it's where it lives now. That's okay. There'll be pages in the middle. All right. So that is the basis of putting together the cover for the journal kit. Now, see, all that work we did to shape the cardstock in between has helped it to naturally know where to bend and to give this cool look on the side. I mean, it might not be everybody's vibe, but I think it looks pretty cool. That's where my other dauber went. And then I do take and distress the covers. Since they are cardstock instead of fabric, you can distress them if you would like, which I like. I like the distressy look on everything. The more grunge and darkness. Even when I'm not doing gothic theme stuff, man, my stuff ends up grungy. It's going to be a challenge, y'all. I'm doing, at some point, Red Rock Creations is doing a shabby chic train that you can't have black on it. Nothing with black. It's going to be a challenge. I like challenging myself crafting wise. Got to get outside your comfort zone sometimes. Now, let it be known, just because there's not black in what I will be doing doesn't mean there won't be skulls or gothic elements. I can't wait to start designing for that. I'm excited. I have some pastel gothic stuff. Hopefully she doesn't get mad at that. I mean, it's going to be shabby chic. Shabby chic, but with some skulls. And vintagey vibes. And then I am also going to get down in here and grunge up, because you can't have the cover grungy and the parts of the spine not get grungy. I am using the Apothecary journal kit that is pinned. It's one of the 3 kits in there to make a journal. So it's a Apothecary junk journal. We just got done putting the cover together. So if you did miss how to put the binding, to put the spine on and to do the cover, if you purchase anything in the show today, whether it's a kit or not, any receipt in the show, you can scroll back to the beginning of the tutorial and see that. And usually I don't bother saying that because I do post all of my demos to my YouTube channel. I just don't know how long it's going to be till I have time to post it. Just because on Monday I plan on falling on my face. I say that, and then I think I realize I have a train on Monday that I don't even remember. Was that the day that I realized I forgot to put a train on my schedule? Let's see. What's today? Today is Monday's the 25th. Yeah, I realized I had a train that I forgot to put on there. So I'll be doing a show that day. I guess I won't be completely falling on my face. Originally, my plan for Monday was to fall on my face, and then I realized I forgot to put a train on my calendar, which it's on there now. I don't know what I'm doing. We'll see what I'm doing. I might do a sneak peek of something for all the small things trains for the miniatures. Maybe I'll do that. I don't know if I have time to design anything else. All right, that's pretty distressed. Do the back cover. It is crafty and crazy. Same as it is on here.
I do not have as many followers on YouTube. It's a newer thing, but if you go to my website, craftyandcrazy.com, there are links on there to all my social medias and my YouTube. There's also some helpful lists and stuff on there. Like if you ever want to know what some of the tools or things I'm using, there's some lists on there, like tools I use and stuff like that. For stuff that isn't, stuff that I sell that you might need access to or want to know the names of, because I call everything a who's it and what's it most of the time. You're welcome. Almost every demo that I've done on Whatnot is on there. I did a couple before I had the ability to record my lives. So like all of the kits that you can find in my bin, they all have videos on YouTube, with the exception of the storage envelope journals. I still haven't had time to edit that video. And the trim book kit comes with written instructions, because I haven't made one of those in a long time, and I didn't have the ability to record when I designed that. All my other kits that are in my bud now, they all have demos on Whatnot. They're from Whatnot. They're live videos from Whatnot. I'm not a video editor by trade or anything. I'm not even as good as it as like my daughter. But I just trim down my Whatnot lives. What's it thingamabob? Yep. The pokey thing. I've gotten better at remembering bone folder, but it used to be the flattening thing. The pokey thing is still the pokey thing a lot, because I can remember what it's called. I'm the same way with car tools, y'all. I know how to use and power tools and tools for doing stuff around the house. I know how to use a lot of tools. Don't ask me what the hell they're called. I'm better at watching what you're doing and guessing which tool you need to hand you the right tool than you asking for the proper named item. All right. Now we're kind of distressed. I didn't distress in here. Distress in here some. Can't have the inside be all clean when the outside's all dirty. Doesn't make any sense. Alright, so now we are going to fold pages and sew in our signature. You sit over there. Alright. Real quick, where is my wipe? Because I really did just get ink like everywhere. I don't necessarily want to get ink all over my pages. The ink that's on here was this random black ink pad that I had, that I used all of, and that when you try to clean it off, it leaves the brown. The brown ink that is on my mat is not brown ink. It is remains of old black ink. De-stress ink does a good job of coming off with these wipes. Okay. Not dry. Come on, dry. Now I'm rethinking, why did I do that? Because now it needs to dry. Alright, so the pages, you get 6 pages with your kit that are your pages. So we are just going to, I am going to decide what I want to be my center and what I want to be my first page. With the apothecary set, there are 2 that I kind of designed that are, and I designed 2 because in the off chance that you want to make it a bigger journal and do 2 signatures and add your own paper mixed in, of course. So these 2 are kind of is the dark design paper. Is that a thing in my shop? Half the time I can't remember what I call stuff, y'all, after it's been a while. Let's see. Oh. Oh, the Christmas book that's in there? It is not. That is one. Where did I get that one? I might have bought it off of somebody on here, or I might have, could have been an Amazon find, or it could have been something that somebody gifted to me. But that one is not one of mine. I designed one book that's on Amazon, and I need to order more copies of it because it's cheaper for y'all, and I actually make more money off of it if I order author copies and resell them on Whatnot versus Amazon. But that is, and I have half done books in other colors that I haven't finished. But that was my red and black book that's on Amazon. It's just cool red and black gothic paper that I had fun making. But I intended to go back and design more, but then I found Whatnot is honestly what happened. Oh, I'm glad you love it. Yeah, I had I think I had 5 copies that I sold on here when I first joined Whatnot. And I haven't ordered more. I need to. I'm actually glad you reminded me of that. I'm gonna put that on my note sheet. My to-do list. And I really want to circle back around and do all the other books that I wanted to do. I was working on purple and black and blue and black. And then I got distracted from those and started working on a book that was more than just paper, that also has tags and other stuff that was dark floral themed. And I think I designed maybe a third of a book and then stopped. All right. Yep. Okay. I was trying to decide which one I want to be my center, but both of these I kind of designed with center of a signature in mind, since it's big, long shelves. So, if you wanted to do 2 signatures and add in some of your other paper, you could. I am going to do, I think, this one as my center. And then what do I want to be in my first page? Oh, maybe I'll use the other one to be my first and last page, because that's kind of a cool first page. I might do that. Okay. Together right now. Alright, so all I'm going to do is fold all of these in half and crease the folds with foam folder. If you don't have one of these, use an old gift card that you already used all the money on. It works. Not quite as well, but close to it. This just has a little more stiffness to it. I always tell people, if you don't have all the tools that you see people using when you watch demos, don't stress yourself out about it. Just find something that can do the same thing as what they're doing. Because people had ways of doing things before the tool they're using was invented. And if you're trying to score stuff and you don't have a scoreboard, just use a ruler and bend the paper up around it. Where there's a will, there's a way. If you want to get a craft done, you figure it out.
Mm.
Um,
So I do round my corners when I go to put them in, but I'm not going to make y'all sit here and watch me punch all the corners of these. It is easier to round your corners of your pages or do whatever kind of punch, because I don't always use the rounded, before you bind your pages in your journal. But I'm not going to make y'all sit here and watch me punch all these corners. So I already have a template made for this size because I just made the Herbal Witchy one last week for one of the trains I did Saturday. So when you are, I mean, of course you can just grab it and stab it. I mean, you ain't got to be particular. But it is really easy to make a template. I always make mine the same size as my pages. Not everybody does it that way. Some people make it the same size as their spine. I like to do it the same size as my pages because there's been too many times I had it the same size as my spine. And then when I went to do my pages, it slipped and my pages just grab and stab. Yeah, no, I totally do the grab and stab version, especially like when I'm just doing like the little booklets and little mini journals that I slide into other journals. No template, grab and stab. So yeah, I cut my template. I just cut a strip that is the same length as my pages, but the same width as my spine. And then if you are doing one signature, which I'm just putting one in here because when I did the other one, once I added all the embellishments and everything in there, this one signature of 6 cardstock pages folded in half, with all of its pockets and tags and trim and all that crap. It wasn't crocodile mouth, but it was nice and full. There was a thought before that. Okay. So if you're doing a single signature, all you have to do is fold it in half, and now you have your midpoint. If you are doing 2 signatures in a journal, just fold this piece in half again, and do not use the middle line. Use the 2 lines that will be right here on either side of that. And then for your other parts, folding it in half gives you your center line, and then you decide how far in on your pages you want your top and bottom holes to be. So while it's folded in half, you just fold it again so that when you unfold it, I just use a pen and I mark the cross points, and those cross points are where you're going to stab. Doing a template, I mean, isn't necessarily needed. I honestly find it easier to not use a template when I'm putting 2 signatures in a journal than when I'm putting one. One, for some reason, always ends up off center and crazy looking, but 2 isn't as hard for me to just stab it. But if you're doing a bigger journal with lots of signatures, or you're doing a specific type of binding that is more complicated and needs even holes, it's good to use one. All right, pokey tool. That's pokey tool. And then I guess while I'm at it, let me get out a needle and some wax cord.
And if you guys are newer to making journals and you haven't gotten tools and things, on my tools I use list on my website, there is a pretty inexpensive bookbinding kit that comes with the bone folder, the pokey thing, needles, cord. I forgot what else comes with it, but it comes with all the things, and it's not super expensive because there are a lot of really expensive bookbinding kits that are unnecessarily so. Whenever I'm going to put in a signature, I usually go one length of the page, a second length of the page, and then some extra because it's better to have too much than not enough. And if you don't have wax cord, I mean, if you the kits that I have come with wax cord, but if you are trying to get started in making journals and you don't have wax cord, you don't need wax cord. You can bind a journal with anything that is string-like. You can use embroidery thread, you can use yarn, ribbon, shoelaces, name it. If it's long and it's skinny enough and you can make a hole big enough to put it through it, you can do it. So you know, don't let that hold you back. You gotta have wax cord. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna start with, I'm actually gonna flip this over because when I did the other one last week, it's been so long since I did a cardstock cover journal that I forgot it's not fabric. So on cardstock, I prefer to stab through from the outside in so that you don't end up with those paper pieces sticking out all crazy looking. Look at the pokey thing go. Pokey thing. All right. And I just start my holes, and then I take that off. And why I say the thing about unnecessary tools is, y'all ever seen those wooden gadgets that you do book biting with? Embroidery thread is really good. I just found a bag of it in my de-stash tote that I don't know why it was in my de-stash tote. Sorry, y'all, it's not de-stash. I kept that. But yeah, y'all ever seen those wooden things with like the screws and like the holes to poke through and all that? Well, I bought one of those when I started getting really into making lots of journals, thinking that it would make my life easier. It is collecting dust on the bottom shelf in my craft room. I don't use it. I just cautiously stab on either in between two of my fingers, not on a finger. So, I mean, I don't know. So some things I've just discovered I don't think they're as necessary as people show them to be. I mean, if I ever start doing one of those journals with like a ton of pages all glued into a spine, maybe it would be useful, but I don't know if I'm gonna do that. And I think that's where I originally got it. Okay. So we got our 3 holes. I'll put it down upside down or my pages will be upside down. All right. If you're doing a journal with a ton of pages, I do find it helpful to clip your signature together so your pages don't wiggle, especially if you're doing pages that are all different sizes. This one's a lot easier because they're all the same size. So I'm not going to bother digging for clips because I don't really know where any are right now. There's like one on my desk, and it's a cute one. It's got roses. It's got a rose on it. But I'm not going to bother with that. All right. So the same thing you use to stab your spine. And see, this is why I put mine the same length as my tallest pages when I make my template, because it's a lot easier to hold into the pages and not end up jacking it up and ending up with, like, you know, your signature all screwy. So I start with my middle hole. See, I know it's in the wrong place now. It's sticking out. All right. And then just don't put your finger there or anything that you don't want stabbed behind it. All right, so we got our first hole, and then we're just stabbing through the same hole we made earlier when we did the spine.
And then I'm going to make sure it's still lined up before I do the other one. And just stab through that one. And ta-da! Alright. I'm going to stick this in that for right this second, because I did thread a needle, didn't I? I did. Alright, so I'm just going to use the a simple 3-hole pamphlet stitch, hence the 3 holes. I guess I could have said that in the beginning. There's lots of different ways that you can bind. You don't have to do this one. I just find this one easy and it's really secure. So you start in your middle on the inside. See, and this is what I was talking about. If you have a cardstock covered, it's fine. You see how the paper did that? It looks like a pokey butthole, I guess. I don't know. But you see how it does that? If you do it from the inside out when you make the holes, you're going to end up with that on the outside of your pretty spine. So, hence why I flipped it backwards. Anyway. Alright, starting on the inside, through the middle hole. And then going to our top hole. And then we're going to go down to our... Oop, I didn't make it through all pages. Stuck my hand in the wrong spot. Go through all your pages. And then we're going to go down to our bottom hole. And then we're going to go back through the middle hole, which might be the trickiest. And I mean, it might not screw it up, but one thing I always mention is try not to go through the other cord you already have in there. Just because it kind of makes it more likely to unravel. Move out of my way. So I'm going to hold this cord up so that I can go in under it. Come on. Go through. Where are we at? We're in here. That's where we're at. One more page. You can do it. Not through the cord. There we go. Okay. So once you're back inside, you can take your needle off. And then we are going to tighten this up. So I'm going to pull. I'll pull in the order we sewed it. So I came that way, and then down, and then out, and back in. Mostly you just want to make sure this is being held to your spine and your cord isn't bubbling up on the outside. So I set mine up where I have one on each side of the center one. And I go ahead and tie the starts of like tying your shoes. And then tuck under that. So that's like that. And then tuck this one under this one. So it should make a little S. And then you're going to pull and put your fingers through the little loop of the S and pull this in here. And put your fingers under this one and pull that through there. And pull those up. And that is enough to hold it, but you can always tie another, like beginning of tying your shoes again. Ta-da! And now you can cut them short. You can put dangles on them. I usually leave them however they land and decide later if I want to do something to them. And then I usually give it a good fold to either side so that they're more likely to actually open to their pages so that you can embellish them easier. And ta-da! In essence, you now have a journal, a completely unembellished one, but it is in there. But, so that is the apothecary one. And then of course we have all the ephemera pages that come with it. So there's a ton of tags in this one because they just look pretty. And we've got different little pockets. I guess in case there is anyone in here that is newer to this. So I'm not gonna do anything with these pages. You know, these are journaling cards, pretty self-explanatory. You just cut them out and use them how you would want to. Same with the tags. These are all just cut them out and use them how you would like to. Add them, you can hole punch them, not hole punch them, put embellishments on them, add ribbons, all those kind of things. So you have those 2 pages. So I'm gonna set those to the side. I am going to I'm gonna do one of these pockets in case anyone is newer and hasn't used any of these type of pockets before, and then I'll put together the envelope. It's the same envelope style in all the kits. I think one of them has 2 envelopes instead of 1, but they're the same style. And then all of them have one of these little, I never even know what to call these, but I love doing these. But you'll see what it is. And then this is just basically a tag, or you could use it as pages to make a little mini journal. You do have, I don't know where I put my craft paper that was left over from the binding, but that's enough to make a cover for a mini journal because I used it when I did my other. I don't know where I put it. Really don't. Anyway, but I was thinking about using that for to be little pages inside of a little mini journal. But we're gonna do the envelope and that little guy and one of the little pockets. Maybe we'll do a dangle. I don't know. What time is it? It's like midnight. Oh, thank you, Amuse. I just saw that. I didn't see the raid. Collaborations of imaginations. I'm just staring down and talking and babbling. Welcome in, sweetie. How was your show? And Polly Hunt, you unlocked Bronze Skull. You got a coupon up at the top. Oh, okay. Let me start a gibby. I don't know where my phone is. Y'all, let me drink some more caffeine. I'm starting to lose everything. Okay. Phone. I found the phone. It was in a basket because it was on my way. It is possible to watch it again. If you purchase anything out of the bin tonight, or a kit, anything in the show really, when you go into your purchases, you can click on the video receipt and it'll start at like 5 minutes before purchase or something like that. But you can scroll it back all the way to the beginning of the show and watch the entire show, which we're at almost 2 hours. But yeah, any receipt in any show, if y'all ever need to go back and watch something in a show, just buy something in the show. It's there for I think 90 days. You can click on your video receipt and scroll through the whole show. Well, thank you for purchasing. And then eventually this will become a shortened, sped up video demo on my YouTube channel. I just don't know when because life is hectic right now. All right, let's do a givey. It will be the same as we did earlier. It will be a sheet of tags from the journal kit of your choice. They just might not be in sheet form if I have to cut it to make it fit into an envelope. All right, Gibby is running. And if you guys are not following Collaborations of Imaginations, please follow her. She is a newer seller who has been taken off a little bit at a time. Wait, let's see how you're doing. Because I was in your show the other day or yesterday or something. Where are you at? Where are you at? You're at 914. You are almost at 1,000, girl. You are almost there. You are so close. It's going to be awesome when you get there. All right, let's start with a little envelope. So when I'm cutting out ephemera, I'm one of those weird people that uses 2 different pairs of scissors. I use the big pair for the straight parts, and then I use embroidery scissors for finicky parts or fussy cutting. Mostly because I can't cut straight lines very well. So if I use those, it's going to be ragged and horrid looking. And then the other thing I do sometimes is I use my mini guillotine when I'm cutting out, like, especially if I do like the sheet of tags, I will totally use this little guy. I tried to add this one to my little list thing on my website and I couldn't figure out how to add this. I haven't checked in a while, so maybe I need to check and see if it'll let me add it. But it is the cutest little mini guillotine thing. I do wish it was like an inch longer, but it's okay. I still love it. And it cuts amazingly. All right, so I'm going to use this to cut our long parts. And then I will come back and do the roundy bits and get into those corners better. Just because these scissors are so big, they don't really do things well other than straight stuff. I mean, sometimes when I'm in a rush, I'll do it, but I don't, like rounded corners with these don't look good. They look strange and choppy. And I'm sure there's people that like, I mean, I've done some embroidery, but I'm sure there's some people that do embroidery that would be like, don't use the embroidery scissors on the paper. Well, these are my paper embroidery scissors. They're not for embroidery. They only cut paper. But they're really great for fussy cutting. Why is that my chat? I just looked at my phone and the chat's moving and it's not on my screen. What is my computer doing? Let's see. Is the Gibby going? I don't know. It said it was on my phone. I think I'm going to back out of my show on my phone because my phone's doing something weird. Let me try again. Is it running now? Okay, I see it on my computer screen now. I use 2 scissors to cut stuff. Big one for long and tin bolts for the fussy cut. See, I'm not the only person that cuts with 2 pairs of scissors. That's awesome. I have like 3 different pairs of brand. This is my second favorite. My favorite. I just honestly didn't feel like digging them out of the drawer. Are my favorite embroidery ones. And then I have some rainbow ones somewhere that I haven't seen in a really long time, so I don't know where they are. They're like the ones that come in my, I don't actually know if I have any more journaling starter kits in my bin because I don't know if I have enough stuff for it. There might be enough in there. If it's in there, I have enough stuff. I don't remember. I don't want to say that and not have it in there. You'll find me. How are you doing, Gifty Gypsy? You have a process. It's always a good idea. That's funny. I was in one of your shows and you were talking about like your you know, doing like bulk and stuff and like, you know, doing one part of something and then doing it for everything. I actually tried doing that when I was putting together, when I did the Herbal Witchy one last week for my Saturday train I did. It's actually a very nice process. I enjoyed it. Should be creating Disney stuff. Yeah, I feel you on that one. I need to be, yeah, I need to be doing Disney stuff too. That's gonna be tomorrow and Thursday before my train spot, because I have a late spot Thursday. Like, I have somewhat of a head start. Like, I've already designed stuff because I have Disney villain stuff that I designed when I did the Battle of the Junk Journals. Which, y'all, the Battle of the Junk Journals is coming up again mid-July, and I don't know what I'm doing yet. So I have Disney villain stuff, but I don't have any examples of anything printed. So I have a lot of printing to get done tomorrow and Thursday. And then I need to actually craft because I have all the stuff I wanted to make. I have really cute fabric, and I was going to make another Winnie the Pooh journal because I made one and sold it already. And I have enough fabric to do another one that has a different quote on it. And I don't know that I'm going to have time, because I have to make my son's journal before this weekend. Check my time. I have Disney earrings made from all jewelry making days. I feel like I never... You know, I hear you say that, and I feel you. I used to make a lot of jewelry, and I don't anymore. I used to do wire wrapping and everything. I bought a couple kits from Wheezy's Whimsies, hoping to, like, make myself want to get back into it. And I haven't made anything. No, I just have more wire wrapping stuff. Alright. So little envelope is cut out. So no matter which kit you get, all the envelopes, they might look a little different, but they're all the same style. They're decorated on the back. They have a closure flap, a back, and 2 little side pieces. So if you have a scoreboard, you can totally lay this on there and score it. If you don't have a scoreboard, or you're like me and you don't feel like taking all of the stuff off of it because you haven't cleaned your craft room in like 2 months, you can just lay it on a roller and start to fold it, and then just finish the fold with your hands. See? Scoring! And it's a perfect little straight line. So you don't have to have a scoreboard. Because this is what I did before I had the scoreboard that has a bunch of stuff sitting on top of it. I need a clone so they can clean while I craft and organize. I was never on here for paper crafting. You've been... Well, I'm sorry. I was doing paper crafting before I came to Whatnot. It's not Whatnot's fault for me. I blame diving into journal making and art journaling, junk journaling, making journals, all of the journal things is totally Coraline from Cora Creative Crafts. Because I started buying... Oh, who's going to go to Gibby? Gifty Gypsy! You gotta give it. Would you like tags from Apothecary, Botanical, or the Herbal Witchy Journal Kit? Any you love them all. Well, that doesn't help. I'm not decisive. I'm an undecisive person. Alright. So all I did was fold along all 4 corners. I, of course, like to ink it before I glue it. Which, look, I didn't make y'all watch me ink the pages. I'm gonna go back and ink them in the journal, which is gonna suck. But I can't go back and ink this once it's glued. It's gotta be inked. Very easy. Okay. That works. Well, thanks. I'm glad you like all of them. I spent entirely more time than I intended on designing them. because it was supposed to be one kit. And I made 3 because I like doing too many directions of crafting. Okay. And you know, one of the other reasons why I like inking, y'all, if you're never happy with how smooth you cut rounded stuff, if you ink it, you can't freaking tell. How do you feel about a seller promoting on my show? I mean, have at it, as long as you're not like, hey, I'm about to start a show, come watch me. When I'm on a train, sometimes it's a little different, but my Tuesday and Wednesday night shows, I don't mind. Especially if people ask ahead of time. You need to learn how to design them. Do you have a program? I use Canvas. Have some templates, but they confuse me. So I use a mixture of Canva, some photo editing program that's on my computer that I don't know what it's called. It came on it. Cricut Design Space. And then I do use some of different AI design stuff for parts of things. Other than that, I basically piecemeal. I've taught myself everything that I need. Oh, I got another raid. Oh my goodness. Mass Pippo, welcome. Hold on. All right, let me start another givey. If you guys are not following, please give her a follow. How was your show? I'm gonna be printing so many sheets of tags, y'all. All right, my phone is on crack. It still says the other givey is running. Okay, hold on. Let me go back out and go back in. Yay! Well, feel free to tell us what you've got coming up here soon and things you do on whatnot. I'm gonna add a givey for your choice of tags from one of the pin journal sets. It will be cut down to fit into a smaller envelope. But your choice of which of the 3 kits you get a sheet of tags from. Okay. Gibby is running. All right. Oh. I'm sure. Okay. Making sure I was following you. I was like, I'm pretty sure I am. Usually I can recognize the names of all the people that I think I finished. Did I finish? No, I was doing the ends. Okay. I think some of the parts I didn't distress at all, and some I distressed twice because I was babbling. Because this side doesn't look as distressed as that side. Okay. All right. So once you have all 4 sides of the rectangle scored, whether you used a scoring board or you folded it around a ruler like we did, you're just going to fold up the bigger flap. And you're going to put glue. Well, thanks for stopping by, Gifty Gypsy. Go work on Disney. And then, so the flap on the side is longer than this is. So you don't want to like put glue on that whole flap. So I kind of go from here and kind of hold it over that. And I just put glue only on that part. Because you don't want to accidentally glue it open. Glue it closed. I make as much sense as I make, y'all. And then do the same on the other side. And then it's an envelope. So you can tie it with a ribbon. You can do all kinds of fun things. I like to do the Brad's thing and then tie a. Damn it, I just knocked over a stack of books. I like to put a cord on it and put a Brad in it and do a wraparound thing. I'll show you what I mean. And this way, if you guys don't have experience with Brads or you don't have experience with grommets, I will show y'all how to do this thing. Add some random more stuff into our demo here. So these are grommet pliers. I'm pretty sure I have a kit listed on my website. I don't remember if it was this exact one or if it was, I think it was this exact one. So you can put grommets on only with a top grommet, or you can do the type that come with a top and a bottom. I prefer the top and the bottom type. Because I'm not good at even pressure, and if it doesn't have the bottom part, I always end up with like random metal poking out. If y'all want to know something funny, I've been using these for years, and my husband watched me use them sometime in the last month. It wasn't that long ago. And I shit you not, I always used a hole punch, and I would hole punch what I was about to put a grommet on and then put the grommet on. And he goes, "Why aren't you using the little thing on top? Isn't that a hole punch?" Y'all, I didn't realize this was a hole punch on top. When I tell y'all, I literally, like, I'll buy tools and figure out how to use them, and it doesn't necessarily mean I'm using all of its features or it correctly. I'm just telling y'all what works. But yeah, there's a hole punch on top. So now I don't have to dig through the drawer to find my hole punch to put a grommet on. Some people see, it's a hole punch, and I never knew that there was a hole punch on top. Anyway, mine has a cool little graphic that reminds you which way to put the bottom and which way to put the top, because otherwise I'd have to stare at it for a really long time. When you put the bottom in, put the rounded part down. So you put the bottom in first, and then you're going to put your paper in the direction that you want. Oh, who got our Gibby? Pewter Penguin. Yes, it is nice and sharp still. Pewter Penguin, would you like tags from the Apothecary Kit, the Botanical Kit, or the Herbal Witch Kit? Okay, so you're going to put your paper in the way you want this. So I want this pretty and on the outside. So we're going to put this up, face up. Show scheduled for Thursday, May 21st, 8:30. Nice. Hey, that's coming up tomorrow. That's tomorrow. Isn't that? Yeah. Well, kind of. Is that tomorrow? What's tomorrow? Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing good. I don't know what day of the week it is half the time right now. I'm so busy. I'm ready for the kids to have summer break. Losing my mind. All right. And then once everything is all lined up, give it a good squeeze. Embellishments, junk journal kits, stitched, coffee dyed, and more. Nice. Which is Apothecary. If you look in the pinned listing, they're labeled in the pictures. Or at least I hope they are. I really hope they are. All right, so I got a little grommet on there. So I'm gonna put some of this stuff in it on it. The Apothecary is the one I'm working on. So the tags in this one are
That one is the apothecary tags. I know there's flowers in the apothecary, but leave me alone. They're pretty. So I mean, there's herbals in the botanical somewhat too. But that would be the tag sheet for the apothecary. All right, so I'm gonna just tie a cord on here. Botanical, okay. Botanical ones will be coming out to you, Peter Penguin. All right, so I got our cord. And then I am going to, and the funny part is, when I did the journalistic, I was like, when I do the demo on how to put the envelopes together, I got to remember to put the brad in before I put the envelope together. We'll see how well I remember that. All right, so I have a hole punch that's a teeny tiny one, so it only makes a teeny tiny hole. And it's only because with my fingernails, I am notorious for if I try to shove a brad through something, I stab my fingernail through it too. So I started using the teeny tiny hole punch. Hold on, I'm looking for my circle punch. Any circle punch will do. This one I'll do. Hey, where's that random rectangle? Hey, we got that rectangle from earlier that I snipped off of something. We'll use that. This part will look cuter. See, this is why I keep all the scraps around from when I trim anything off of anything. Okay. What am I doing? That's the wrong doodad. So I'm going to poke a hole in the middle of this, or middle-esque guesstimate. Trying to see how far down. See, I should have did this before I put the envelope together. Not to say it's not possible once it's together, but it'd be a lot easier if it wasn't together. And then we're going to stick the little tiny brad through there and through this. And this is the part that's hard, is because you got to try to split the two little I don't know how. I think y'all are going to actually see how to do it. I do some of my kits more than others. And then sometimes I will purchase imagery and then use the imagery to design all the kits. So it's kind of a mixture of all of that in all of my printables. Some of them are designed completely from scratch by me, and others are sometimes with licensed imaging that I have. But I spend, no matter which way I do it, I spend hours on anything that you see in there that's a printable. Oh, I really don't know what I did with that piece of cardstock. Okay, I have some others hanging around. I like to put glue circles when on the back side of brads, because if you put stuff in envelopes or wherever you use them, they can totally rip up whatever you shove in them. So I just stick a little. I don't even know if y'all can see anything I'm doing. Never tried to show envelope stuff. But I stick a little circle in there so that the back of the brad is covered. And I probably should have used a smaller circle, because now that I'm looking at that, that looks kind of insane. It'll be okay. All right, I'm going to kind of pull the circle up because now we have a closure. I'm going to wrap around. You can put a dangle. I might leave it like that. I might add a dangle or a charm or something on there. Anyway, so that's how you put the envelopes and the kits together. Of course, all of that stuff with grommets and brads and stuff isn't, something you have to have. It's stuff I like to do. I like adding metal to stuff. All right. So we did the envelope. So it looks like we're gonna do envelope. Oh, the corner thing. I don't even know what to call this thing, but I like making them. Anybody know what the proper name of this gadget is? Does it have a proper name? I don't know what to call it. But I think they're adorable. And sometimes, like, when it's not a kit I've designed, if you have a circle punch, like a larger one, and you have any square image or anything you cut into a square, you can totally make this with circle punching for circles and then just gluing them on the inside. So I've done that before. I think they're so cute. Sharon, you unlocked Bronze Skull. You got a coupon up at the top, sweetie. Sorry, when I'm doing circles, I always like hyper focus, and then I forget I was having a conversation with y'all. So I'm always curious because I know there's people in here from different parts of the country. What time do schools let out where you guys are? So I'm in Georgia, and college already ended. Graduations happened. My daughter's was last Tuesday. High school and like middle and elementary schools, this week is their last week. So when does school end where y'all are? Because I know different places are different ways. For those of y'all that know what's going on in schools, whether you work in them or have kids in them. Always curious about that. June 1st. Goodness. So y'all still got like a week and a half? That's not too bad. But do y'all start later in the year? Because like we start, I think somewhere in the middle of the first week of August, we go back to school. One has another week, another's done. That's what I've got going on. They were kind of in stair steps. This is the last week for our county. The next county over ends next week. End of August. Okay, so y'all have summer break all of June and July and all of August. I feel like y'all kind of end up with a longer break. At least it's more towards fall probably when y'all actually go back to school. The kids go back to school here and it's still like hot and drenching outside. Mid-August. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the kids go back to school every year and I'm like, we could still be going out swimming, hiking, kayaking, something. I shouldn't be shopping for back to school clothes and school supplies. Like, it doesn't seem like I should be doing that yet. All right, so you're going to score, whether you use your scoreboard or just plop it on a ruler and push down. Which if you don't have a thick ruler, you can just, hold the ruler in the air and wrap it around it. Mine's just a thicker metal ruler. But you're going to score all four sides. I didn't score that one very well. We're back early, but one school has longer breaks during the year. Gotcha. Yeah, we've most the schools, I don't know if I should say in Georgia. I mean, I do know lots of people in different areas of Georgia, and I feel like they're all doing it. I don't know if it's a Georgia-wide thing. But we have more week-long breaks like during the school year. Like we have a fall break, and then we have a, the usual Thanksgiving break, and then we have, of course, the winter break from the week of Christmas on till after the new year, and then we have a midwinter break that's in like February, and then we have spring break that's in like April. So we have like a lot of week-long breaks and a shorter summer, which is usually fun. I mean, when the kids were younger, I liked it because I'd get sick of them being at home. Not gonna lie, love my kids. I don't think my mom, like I was homeschooled when I was in elementary school. I don't think my mom would have homeschooled me if there was more than one kid in the house, because I barely kept my sanity during the summers when they were little. They're not little anymore. I mean, after this year, I only have one kid in school next year. My youngest will be a senior in high school. All right. Oh, I didn't just dress. So yeah, I don't know what to call this little thing, but it's just a square with 4 flaps. And you interlock it like you do when you're trying to close a box without tape. Sorry, y'all. I wasn't going to just stress the inside, but if I don't do it now, I won't remember I didn't do it later. Okay. So close in a flap, and then, I don't know. I usually just go clockwise. I guess my brain just goes that way. And then when you get to the last one, you're going to pull up this one a little bit and tuck that one in. So it's like the way you close a box without tape. And it just looks like that. You can pop it in a pocket or a tuck spot in your journal. I don't know what these things are called, but I like making them because they're freaking adorable. At least to me. I don't know. All right, so that's how you put that thing together. That's just a folding tag or page you can use in a mini journal. Circles to be tagged. Circles can be used on dangles. Where's the other thing? Oh, I was going to do a pocket. We can use our big scissors for these because you don't necessarily have to be precise with the flaps, because ain't nobody going to see the flaps. The only part you got to be precise with is the part that's not a flap. Just, don't cut the flap off. That makes it a little more difficult. I mean, you can cut the flap off if you want a slim pocket instead of a pocket that can hold multiple things. So, I mean, you can cut the pocket off. All right, so once you cut this out, you're going to score around whatever the shape is, whether it's a corner tuck spot or 3-sided pocket or whatever type it is on there. Probably from origami. Right, oh gosh. This, I think it is. It's funny you said origami. I was as a young child, I had an obsession with origami. Me and my mom used to go to a restaurant, and they gave me one of those origami swans, and I wanted to learn how to make it. So my mom got me an origami book, and I just made all kinds of random origami stuff as a kid. That's something I was actually going to visit at some point and figure out what origami kind of stuff could be useful in junk journaling. So I tried to get it so that they don't do this, but if you have the white part of the flap being taller than the pocket, just cut more of it off.
You're not supposed to see the flaps from the front. And I didn't cut a straight line because I can't cut a straight line. Okay. And then, of course, you don't have to de-stress the flaps because nobody's going to see flaps. But if you want to de-stress your edges. I saw a cool idea for closure on an envelope with a 4-hole button. I'm going to have to look that up. Four-hole button. Like, just using it like I did the little circle with the grommet, or like you do something with the, now I'm curious, you do something with the holes for closing it, or are you just sewing it on the envelope? All right, we're going to find somewhere to shove this pocket. That looks like a good spot. So I mean, you can pop pockets anywhere. I like putting them at the corners, but I like how this one, the other journals don't have this on every page. I kept it on the I put it on the apothecary because I don't know, it kind of just gave me that vibe. I don't know. So I'm gonna not put things on my edges, but obviously you can do whatever you want. So when I put on these kind of pockets, I like to put one line of glue towards the outside. And then I also put one towards the inside so that the flaps don't intervene with stuff you shove in your pockets. Okay. And then you just smush it on there. So these are the type of pockets that will give you more space because they have the flaps. If you want like a slim pocket just to hold like a card or something, like one single tag, you can just cut the flaps off and only put glue on 3 sides and use it like that. Use a ribbon and come up the hole and down the cross side and wrap it around the card. Use the ribbon, not the hole. I think I get what you're saying. I'm gonna have to look up a video though. Like, I feel like I need a visual. I'm a visual person. Like auditory learning and stuff never worked on me. I'm more of those let me see it, let me do it people. All right, so that's how you use the pockets that come in the kits. And I got a little pocket. Of course, we'd have to cut some tags to put in it. But I'm not gonna sit here and I don't think I want to embellish all this. Do I? What time is it? I mean, I can. I think we should keep going and keep putting stuff in it. I need to round all my pages. I didn't round my pages. Tie and bring it back around and finish the cross. And that sounds pretty cool. Yeah, I think I get what you're saying now. It's like up the holes, cross, wrap around the card, back through the holes. That sounds cool. I might have to play with that. I hadn't seen anybody do that. Oh, I didn't show you how I like putting the hooky things on there. I should have done that if I was going to do that beforehand. I like putting these metal rings on journals. Oh, and I was going to put book corners on this. I didn't put any book corners. Should I put book corners or should I leave it like it is? I can tell your descriptions are good.
What do y'all think? Should I put metal book corners? When I did the witchy one, I did metal book corners. But then I'm wondering if I want to put a hooky thing on it. Let's see what book corners I have left. I don't know if I have many left. That's one. I forgot I had these smaller ones. Maybe I'll use a smaller hooky thing. I forgot I even had these. Oh, it's not the book corners though. Neither is that. No, my book corners. Your book corners, your book corners. Well, I don't know if I can do these. These are the screw-on one. I don't know if I can get that in there. I've got little ones that are bronzy. Got little bitty ones. I've got silver, rose gold, bronzy, and gold that are the bigger ones. Maybe we'll do gold. I think I'm going book corner. Or do I just want little bronzy ones? Do these. I haven't done a ton of these. I haven't done a lot of rose gold either, but I don't think... Maybe I'll use that when I do steampunk stuff. I need to do some steampunk stuff. I have a... What did I even name my train? Geared Up in Darkness. I think that's what it's called. It's coming up. It is a raid train I'm co-hosting with Crafty Fox Creations by T. So if you like steampunk and you like dark vibes and you like when they collide, it's gonna be a fun train. I dropped stuff. Alright, let me find some pliers. Alright, let's put the lid on my glue. And put my needles and the stabby thing up. There's just too much going on this desk right now. Alright. I guess I'm going to start out with, I've totally just figured out how to put book corners on over the years from trial and error. So it could be wrong. So don't take me as quote on this. I do know that when I have the folded layers and the corners, they're not quite wide enough, open enough, however you want to say it. So I always got to open them a little bit. And of course, put the fancy part on the outside. And once you have it in the right spot, there's like a little corner pieces. And squish that down. And then make sure they both stay on while you squish the second one down. And then I do the other sides. I do the two outside parts first and then the middle part. I don't know if that makes sense. But good corner. I think they look pretty. Let me look at my shows. I've been on here for a few hours and my brain's getting tired. It's really sad because it's literally a train I'm conducting. So Geared Up in Darkness raid train. That one is not until the end of June, so you got about a month. But it's going to be fun. So I haven't started creating for that one yet. But I will. I got to make it through all the other ones first. Upcoming shows that I have coming up in the next week or so. Well, of course, I have my Wednesday night Anything and Everything's Request show, Wednesday night at 11 Eastern. Red Rock Creations is doing a Disney Raid Train on Thursday. I will be on at 10 Eastern on that one. I am doing a battle spot on, this is going to seem out of character, but I've always found it entertaining. It is an as-if fashion face-off battle. It's based off the movie Clueless. So I'm doing a Clueless journal. It's not going to be a full decked out junk journal. It's just going to be a theme journal that you can do what you want with. And then Monday, I'm on Crafted Kits demo train. I might be giving y'all a sneak peek of one of the kits for the following day, which my next train that I'm conducting is All the Small Things on the 26th. So All the Small Things is going to be a fun train with anything and everything that is tiny. So I'm going to have mini journal kits, like little minis ones, bigger ones this size, lots of small mini books to craft with, and then also some figurines. So it's anything small. So I know we have a crafter that is on it that I bought this from her before when she was on one of my trains. She makes the little cloches. So all kinds of fun stuff. But if you like anything and everything small, all the small things, it's going to be fun next week on Tuesday. So in a week. I'm excited. I haven't got as much crafting done for it as I have hoped I would. But that's what caffeine's for. Yeah, I like to go ahead and post all my things. So if it's something I'm doing, like, because there's a few people like Red Rock Creations and Wheezy Whimsies, they have trains planned really far out, and I just go ahead and post them all because I'm always worried I'll forget if I don't. I mean, they're in my personal calendar too, and that slid. But I figure I'll post them on there. And then I post my personal Wednesday shows 2 months at a time. Tuesday shows, it kind of just depends. Like next Tuesday show's in there, but that's because I'm just the caboose in my raid train. Okay. Yeah, I'm a pretty forgetful person, so I gotta have everything in my face for me to remember to do it. One thing I have learned, if you decide to start trying to play with book corners, is don't put your finger anywhere near the actual corner while you're clamping the corners on. It's unpleasant. It is very unpleasant. And you won't be able to use that freaking finger to do anything for a while without it hurting. Alright. Yay, book corners. Alright. Yeah. It was definitely an ouch. I'm a super clumsy person. I'm gonna see if I can do one of these. So like this ring that's on this one is a bigger ring that I have. that I like. They're gorgeous, but they look a lot. I put one on the when I did my Herbal Witch one, I put one on it, but it was a lot of maneuvering to get, because it's basically a giant and I completely forgot to cover this one when I put this one on. But it's a giant brad is what that one is. So if you don't have a lot of space to put that one in, it doesn't always want to function well. It was a very tight fit to get it in the smaller spine journal. Get back in there. So, I forgot I had these, so we might try to put one of these on here. I do have some in gold. It's not as gold as that, but I have a tiny screwdriver. I need the pokey stick. Pokey stick. Let's see if we can make this work. Definitely something I would have recommended doing before I put the signature in there, but it will be okay. Let's see. Where do I want this? Up there. I'm gonna try to line it up and make sure I don't stab. It slipped. I don't like where it's at. Okay. I don't think I need to put that all the way in. Well, I guess I do. So this is a screw-on type, which I'm hoping I can maneuver in. With the signature right there. Okay. Yeah, that was a lot easier to get in than the brad type. And it looks a lot better with that size than the big one on that size journal. So that works. And I'll have to stick some kind of tassel on it later. I'm glad I randomly grabbed this box instead of the book corners. I completely forgot those were in there. Considering I bought those. Goodness. Maya is... She turned 20 last November. And I bought those to do the journal that I made her for her 18th birthday. So I've had them a couple years, and that's the only thing I really use them on. I forgot they were in there. Okay. Let's play with some book corners. I guess we could go ahead and add stuff to this. I guess we'll cut out the pockets. I'm kind of entertained and enjoying myself. I don't know if I'm ready to go to bed. Which is very early for me to be thinking about bed, but I got up earlier today than I usually do. And I have to get up earlier tomorrow than I usually do. I'm not a morning person. In the least bit. I mean, I can be if I have to be. I was for quite a long time back when I was a retail manager. But I don't miss it. Not at all. When I did accounting, I had a little more free flow schedule. If I went in later, I just had to work later. But by choice, I choose to be a night owl. And most days, that's my choice now. Most days. And for those of y'all that weren't here at the very beginning of the show, if you want me to flip through any, well, I don't have an apothecary kit printed other than the piece, the kit I'm using, which I can show you the other ephemera pages I haven't cut out yet. And I can flip through the journal to show you the pages. If anybody wants a flip through of the botanical or the herbal witchy kits, I can show y'all those. The botanical kit? Sure. Alright, let's see. Alright, so all of the kits include the same amount of stuff in them. The designs are just different, but similar. They're all different shades of green too. Like this one is more of a darker forest green, where the apothecary one is a brighter green. And the witchy one is a darker, like tealish green. But this is the cover sheet that you would use to put on the front cover. And then that is your back cover / spine cover. Which you can see the whole demo of this on your video receipt for any purchases made on the show today. This is the sheet that gets cut in half to be your inside sheet, your inside covers. You get a sheet of the craft cardstock to use for part of your binding. And then these are, there are 6 double-sided journal pages to fold in half. That is one of them. And that's the second one. And the back. And then this is the third. And the back of that one. Kind of a vintagey style botanical. And then some of them do have lines for writing. That's that one. And that's the back. I've got that one. And the back of that one. And then you get 4 sheets of ephemera. So this one has that envelopes, small tags, bigger tags, 2 strips for using and making belly bands. 4 pockets, 5 little mini journaling cards, a second envelope, a little one of these guys. It turns into one of those. I don't know what to call it, but I like them. A folding tag, or you can use it as pages and, like, you know, a little journal or portfolio to put in a tuck spot. A bunch of circles for doing dangles or circle tags, or I like using them as like accents on the middle of belly bands too. And then 6 different journaling cards, 3 that look like library cards, and then 3 that are just picture cards. And then you also get the hardboard for the front and back covers and the 1-inch spine, as well as brown wax cord for sewing in your signature. So that is the botanical. Did anyone want to see the herbal witchy one, or can we flip through the apothecary one that we put together? Let's see, we'll flip through the witchy one real quick, just while I'm at a stopping point. So this is the cover for the witchy one. And if you guys were on I was on a Distracted Crafters journal train on Saturday. The journal that I auctioned off was the Herbal Witchy one that I had finished, which I did film a flip through before I mailed it off. So I'll post that to my YouTube at some point. But this is your cover sheet for that one with our adorable little frog and Mushy. And then the back cover / spine cover. Inner pages for the inside the covers. And then these are the journal pages. This is like my herbally but dark vibes. When I put mine together, I de-stressed everything really dark. Our owl and a moth, mortal and pedestal. Some line sheets in here. Are some apothecary bottles in here. I got a little witch, then a little tree, a crow or a raven. There's the froggy that's on the cover. And some cute little florals. Another little witchy lady and a lined sheet. And outside, I got another lady. And then some nice little florals and lines. Got a kitty cat and a cauldron. Got some more little like notes for herbals. Oh, one more lady. And then the ephemera on this one. Got the envelope, your pieces for your belly band, tags, and they all coordinate with the pages and everything. And we've got 2 corner tuck spots and 2 pockets, and then some smaller little circles for doing embellishments or dangles with. Big envelope, the little foldy thing. I gotta figure out a name to call that. A couple of tabs, a big tag, a cute little pocket that has a little frog that sticks up on the edge of the pocket, some larger circles, and then 4 journaling cards, or you can also use them as tags. So that is the Herbal Witch one. And all of them go together the same way as the demo we did on how to do the cover and the spine and everything tonight on this one. Which this one is the Apothecary, so that is the cover. And then this is the type of binding we did with our spine and our back cover. Of course, you know, any ribbon or trims and all that kind of stuff, you'd have to embellish with your own stuff on there. That's how the inside sheets look inside the cover, so they look nice and cute. You just cut that one sheet in half and use half on each side. And then we put one of the pockets in. These are the different pages in the Apothecary. Lots of herbals and bottles and stuff that looks like, I wanted it to look like a handwritten journal for taking notes. Got the Apothecary shelf in the middle. Lots of space to add stuff, right? And put all the different ephemera in that comes with the kit. And of course you can add your own pages mixed in as well when you put it together. And stack of books with bottles. Another Apothecary shelf. And then we have the little 4-side fold. I don't know what to call that. And the little envelope that we already put together. And the pocket that's in there. And then I was in the process of cutting out pockets. And then you get your little folding tag, or I think I'm going to use it as pages on a mini little journal. Circles. The mini journaling cards. A whole bunch of tags because I got carried away. And then journaling cards with little Apothecary bottles on them. So that is the 3 different kits that are all in that listing. And they all go together a similar way. So keep it easy. My concept was I tried to design a kit just to use to make a journal for the Distracted Crafters raid train. And I wanted to do something herbally. That is what I started with as concept, and then it kind of just spiraled from there. Mostly because I couldn't decide which direction I went, so I ended up going 3 directions. All right.
My fingers are getting tired, so I figured if I'm going to cut out some of the ephemera tonight to put in the journal, I might as well use my little mini guillotine, because I love this thing. And it saves my fingers from having to hold scissors as much. Hi everybody, welcome in if you're just joining. Alright. Do I want to cut all of those out while I'm at it? How's everybody doing? Anybody that's still hanging out in here, hanging out while crafting? Or any of the newer people that have joined us? What are y'all working on? Cutting printables. Nice. Chilling. Hey, that works. We're hanging out. Putting together the apothecary journal. Looking for the name of what to call the circle square fold thing I like is. I like putting them on stuff, but I never know what they're called. Interlocking circle envelope or circular interlocking envelope. I kind of like the circular interlocking envelope. Let's see if I can remember that. Circular interlocking envelope. I think that works. Well, thank you. Pinwheel envelope. That makes sense. You have a 10 a.m. Eastern Ray train trying to finish your journal. Oh, you definitely sound like me the night before a train I'm trying to do a journal for. Which train are you doing a journal for? Or what's the theme of your journal? Does it have a theme? Sometimes I realize that I always like to put themes in journals, but not everybody does themes. I'm just crazy. Faith Wars. Oh, is that tomorrow? Did not know that was tomorrow. Wait, what am I doing tomorrow? I don't think I have a train tomorrow. No, I'm being a mom taxi tomorrow. Never mind. My son has practice for graduation. The theme of my journal is unfinished. I have some of those. See, look.
This one's listed if anybody is interested in a steampunk bug journal. I designed the cover and I poked the holes for the 2 signatures and even picked, I was just going to put 2 different shades of gray lined paper in it, but you see how far that's gotten. The journal cover is finished. I was going to add some trim, which I never did, but it's still really cute. He's a steampunk buggy, but I still haven't sewed a signature, I said. So he's just been chilling back here, waiting on me to play with him. And I still haven't finished my Jack journal, which I've decided I need to finish because I'm going to do it for the, I'm on a Tim Burton craft battle train. I really hope in June and not in May. But I'll probably be working on finishing that the night before that train, knowing me. I gotta pick a theme for my next Battle of the Junk Journals, y'all. I don't know what I want to do yet. I haven't decided. You saw a bookmark. It's a fun one. It's a very fast-moving train because it's well, they're not BLS anymore. They're what did they change their group name to? The Crafter Masters? Master Crafters. The Master Crafters. It is a Discord group that does a ton of trains. And they used to be called BLS. And before that they were BGLS. But they one of their trains is actually, I was on one of their trains when I hit my 1,000 sales. I didn't even realize how close I was to my 1,000 sales when I started. It was like a 15-minute train spot on one of their trains, and one of the conductors noticed and shouted it out. And the next thing I know, just tons of people were buying stickers until she counted me to 1,000, and I thought I was going to cry on the live. I was so freaking excited. But anyway, but it's a fast-moving train. It's a battle, so they're only 5-minute spots. So you only get 5 minutes to show your craft, which is hard for a journal. But so I don't ever do like really complicated journals. They're almost done with that journal. I am my Jack journal hasn't gotten any farther than where it got on the live where I demoed it for you guys. I haven't touched it since. It's yeah, I haven't even sewed the signatures in yet. The cover's made. That's pretty much where I'm at. If you guys like Jack though, there's a Nightmare Before Christmas fabric covered journal kit in my bin. It makes a cute 5x7 chipboard fabric covered journal. It's really cute. I can't show you a finished journal because not finished. It will be by the time I do the Tim Burton train, but it's cute. I think it's this way. Which way did I decide was my front? I think I decided this was my front. But you can either buy just the cover kit or the whole kit that comes with all the paper and ephemera that I designed. Or you can just buy the ephemera separate too. You can buy the pages separate too. I think I made listings for it in all different formats. Alright. The journal for the Battle of the Junk. Oh, you're almost done with your journal for the Battle of the Junk Journals? That makes me just more scared because I haven't even picked a topic yet. I have a fat stack of cards on the way. I was helping a seller get to 1,000. It was tough. Being on a show where somebody hits their 1,000 really is freaking awesome. I was on it for, oh my goodness, I can't remember her name.
She's a bookseller, and I don't even remember how I ended up in her show because I have been an avid reader. I guess what I should say in life. I haven't had time to read lately. And I'm the type of person I'd rather go to the library and borrow books than buy books because I don't want to have to figure out where to put them unless they're books for crafting. But yeah, I ended up in this one girl's show one day, and we hung out and convinced people to buy books or buy stickers or buy anything, treats for her dog, anything until we got her to 1,000 sales. It was fun. It was fun. It really does make a world of difference for sellers once they get past that milestone. It seems like it takes absolutely forever to get to that point. And then, I don't know, for me, it after that, it just kind of slipped by. And then you just kept going and going, which is awesome. I love you guys. You guys hang out and craft with me and get craft supplies or fun stuff I make. I'm always like, I think my funnest thing is when somebody buys a journal that I make, because I think that's like I like if somebody buys supplies with me, absolutely awesome, because I do sell a lot of supplies. When people buy handmade stuff that I make, especially like a whole journal, I'm just like, I still get giddy, like super giddy every time. I have a feeling that won't ever change. Okay. Welcome in, everybody. If you're just joining, we're hanging out working on an apothecary journal. All right. I have a lot of mess going on now. Oh, July. Thank you for the bin purchase. All right, I am gonna turn around these guys. Victoria's Place. No. I missed one. Shine. What is that from? I don't know where that came from. Okay. All right, those are rounded. Those I rounded with scissors. These I need to fold the flaps of. So if you don't have a scoreboard, or your scoreboard's covered in crap like mine is, and I don't feel like moving all the stuff off of it, you can totally use a ruler and just line up where you want it to fold and fold around it. And it doesn't get as precise, and you know you can always slip, but it works in a pinch, which it's working right now. I have a bunch of fabric and scraps and stuff from the journal I made last week when I did the Herbal Witchy one. It's still all sitting on top of my scoreboard. The fabric's not from that journal. The fabric was from the fabric is from where I was cutting the Edgar Allan Poe inspired fabric applique stuff that's in my bin. Oh, and if you guys haven't been or haven't caught it yet, and you were waiting on Edgar Allan Poe themed printables, I did design those. They're in my buy it now. I'm super entertained. There's lots of little I found lots of vintage Edgar Allan Poe book covers and put little mini versions of them in there. That being said, for the all the small things train, I will be having some actual mini Edgar Allan Poe journal kits. There it is. I was like, where's my doodad? I'm going to just trust these pockets so I can put them in the journal. All right, y'all, brainstorm some ideas with me. So I always stick to doing something that I can do a dark version of for the Battle of the Junk Journals. So what are some ideas? I mean, I have a couple I've been thinking about, but I haven't, like, nothing, no theme yet has popped out and been like, that's what I'm doing. I decide what I want to do. When you bite the hand that feeds, off your knees. Alright. I'm gonna put all these pockets in, but let's see. I'm gonna take a moment. Oh, mostly because my leg is cramping. Ooh. The position I was sitting in. I don't know why I was sitting like that.
But I am gonna go in, because this first time I didn't load any auction items. Usually I put auction items in my craft with me and shop shows. But I didn't because I was gonna be trying to finish a whole journal tonight, which I don't know that I'm gonna get it fully embellished and everything tonight. Thanks for the great. Oh, you're welcome, Anna. Thanks for hanging out and stopping by, and thanks for your purchases. I appreciate it. I'm gonna start a couple flash sales. Let's see. So I guess as I start them, they'll pop up on the screen. And if I move on to the next one, you should be able to just find it. It should create a tab for flash sales in the bin. So I hope it does. Let's see. So that is a 4-pack of some vintage Norman Rockwell playing cards. It is 4 different couples, 3 different ages. That is the 7 Deadly Sins playing cards. You get 1 from each deck. And the back of each card is an artistic representation of one of the 7 Deadly Sins. Let's see. Now I have fun. I can't leave. I'm sorry. I just needed to take a break from crafting because my leg was cramping. I needed to prop up my foot. So I figured I'd at least start some flash sales for you guys. Okay, these are, I've had these in my bin for a little bit, so let's put these on a flash sale. These are 1945 spelling goals sheets. They're still in signature form, like a kid's book for learning, spelling. Got cute little graphics in them. I found put those on sale. Put some cookbook pages on sale. Oh, that's not the right button. Try again. I have other cookbooks I need to break down, so let's do this on a bigger sale. Let's get these out the door, because I have another book I want to use some of. Alright, so the 1973 The Ideals of Whole Grain Cookbook. They are pages that are still in, they're large pages, but they're cut down really nicely. I like making journaling cards with them. The little recipes on them. You could craft with these, or if you know a dad who loves Coors Light, Father's Day is coming sooner than we know. This is an entire complete set of the 1995 Coors Light Coors picture cards. It's all these historical things related to Coors beer. I bought them on impulse. I don't know what I thought I was. I don't even drink beer. I like liquor. But I have the whole set. And I haven't done anything with it, so I listed it. So that's that. These have been in my bin a while too. Let's see if anybody wants this. Let's put this on. Let's put this on a little bit bigger sale too. It's been in there for a while. This is a American Art Poetry postcard book. I think it says how many is in it. 22 different postcards in there, all about pottery. I have another postcard book in here. Let's find that one. We'll put that one on sale too, somewhere in here. Because both of those, well, no, I'm not putting that one on sale. I think I'm gonna need that one. Okay. That's not the one I was thinking. Where's this one? First card. Where's the other? There's a little red one in here somewhere. Somewhere. But not in here. Maybe I didn't call it. Maybe I called it a picture book. I'm gonna find it. I think it's from a different country. Oh, here it is. This. It's a picture card book because they're not postcards. They're just picture cards. This one's been in here a while too. I'll do this. It's Genova. I'm saying that right. The cover's a little messed up on it, but the pictures on the inside. I don't know if did I put pictures in the. I just think there are pictures in here. Yeah, the pictures are in really good condition. It's like a zigzag fold out book. All right, let's see what else is in here. What else has been hanging out in my bin for a while? Well, there's quite a few dollar items, so it won't let me flash sale dollar items. But if you sort by lowest cost items at the top, you'll find a bunch of dollar items that are in there that were destash items. Put these on sale. Anybody working on some bee themed stuff for the summer? Those are bee themed note sheets. You get 12 different 3.5 by 9-inch note sheets that are all bee themed. There are some coordinating sticky notes somewhere in the bin too. I guess I could flash sale those if I could. Let's put them B. We'll flash sale the sticky notes too. You can buy the note sheets and the sticky notes if you're doing a lot of bee stuff. I did a whole lot of bee stuff at one point, and I have a lot of those left over. This is a random box bag. Yes, I said box bag. It's a little box that has a handle and has a bag with a big bow on it, and it has a slide out spot. I was gonna put journals in the drawers. Hold on, I have one in red too somewhere. I have one in black and one in red. I'll put them both on sale if I can find the red one. But I never use them, so I listed them. If stuff hangs out in my craft room too long and I don't use it, I list it. It was a cute idea, I think, at least, to put a little journal in there to have it slide out in like a travel bag to carry. I don't know. It was an idea. There's the red one. Alright, let's see. What else is in here? What's been in here a while? Let's see. What's a jacquard ribbon I have a lot of? What's a jacquard ribbon I have a lot of? Because I have a lot of jacquard ribbon that's been in my bin. I mean, I use a ton of it, but that's one of them. That's the black, red, and green and gold paisley. What else one do I have a lot of? I really do want to have like a little of. I don't want donuts to get it if you want it. Let's see. We'll do this one. I have a lot of this one. That one's a blue and green with a light blue floral on it. I need to delete that. What other one do I have a lot of? Oh, we'll do these. This I got distracted. This isn't ribbon. This one is my way to clean out my what I call my book graveyard. So there are only text pages. They don't usually have it. There's not images on them, but it is at least 50 pages. At least some of them will be vintage, but not all of them. They're just random book pages to craft with, to make all kinds of fun stuff with, which you can do really cute stuff with book pages, y'all. Like, oh, I dropped my phone. The phone went flying. But like these I did with my vintage dictionary pages.
So like you fold them and make a bunch of little pockets. Like this is one page folded into a pocket, a 3-part pocket. But yeah, that's just one of the absolute many things you can do with book pages. But just lots of stuff. But anyway, I may not get sidetracked because if I show you all the things I can make with book pages, we'd be here for a while. We're not fun though. Okay. Let's see. What books do I have in here? Do I have books that have been hanging out for a while? I need to list more books. So let's see if we can get rid of some books. Kind of off season, but it's almost Christmas in July. The Christmas music book. A couple of kids' vintage books in here. Let's see. This one's been here a while. Anybody would like Stone Soup? It's got lots of adorable. It does have a sticker on the cover, but I couldn't get it all off. This one's not a vintage book. This one is for reading. It's a random book I had. I was trying to get rid of. Let's make this cheaper. Anybody want to read this book? I don't know that I ever even read it. It's not a vintage book. That one's for reading. The 100. I didn't even know that was still in my bin. This one is another vintage kids book. The Big Snow. These have been hanging out for a while. This will motivate me if I can get rid of books to list more books. That one is The Biggest Bear. We have... Alright, I'm going to do a few more books, and then I'll go back to crafting. This one's from Costa Rica. What other books are in here? I don't know if I have any more. Book. Here's another music book. That one's from 1957. We'll do the... Somebody was talking about this one earlier. That one's a dark Christmas paper book. It's been in there since last Christmas. Okay. Do I see any more books? Oh, here's a corduroy book. Okay. Alright. Lots of flash sales in there running. If you're just joining, check out the bin. Alright. That gave me a moment to relax. Now I'm trying to find my listing for this so that I can pin it back. Okay. Alright. Thank y'all for any purchases y'all make from the bin. I definitely appreciate it. I was kind of scrolling through my shop, so I couldn't see what y'all were doing, but I appreciate it. Alright, let's see if we could get... I don't know if I'm going to do the sheet of tags tonight, because I am getting tired, but we're going to at least put these pockets in. I might do... I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm at least going to get these pockets in here and put these in here. Little journaling cards in. My dauber is shredding. Make dauber softer. Come on, we just cleaned the mat earlier. Mario. Let's see, I didn't look. What is that? Let's see. So, Anna, you unlocked Gold Skull, so you have a new coupon at the top. And Gingham and Cat's Vintage, you guys unlocked Bronze, so you guys also have coupons up at the top for you. Coupons are always handy. Oh my goodness. Sometimes I forget how long it takes to de-stress everything that I stick in a journal. I seriously think that is the thing in journaling that takes the longest. Is the de-stressing of stuff. I don't know. What do y'all find to be your most time-consuming part of journaling? And then maybe what are some like tips or tricks to help with your time-consuming part you figured out? Anybody? Okay. The only thing I have found to help de-stressing take less time is to make sure I keep re-inking my stamp pads all the time to get more ink on the dabbers. Other than that, I don't know. Okay. De-stressed. All right, we stuck one on there earlier. I'm just de-stressing this one. I think we'll stick one on here. Now, if you're not a fan of these pockets, are the type that are made so that you can hold more things in them. If you like them to be slimline pockets, you can remove the flaps and then just glue around 3 sides. If that is the way that you like them to be. I'll pop that one on there. Should wrap it over here. Way over here. Oh, I got there. And I think I'm gonna take some of the craft paper we have left from the binding and make some corner tuck spots for the front and back cover. think I'm going to cut out 2 of the little circles to decorate these, and then possibly add some trim to them later along the top edge. My circles still don't always come out perfect when I'm cutting them, but I have discovered that if your scissors are closing, your other hand should be spinning the circle and not to do one without the other. It usually helps it flow really well. And you should be spinning like at the same pace as what you're cutting. And it usually helps it keep its little circular shape. Alright, so for little tuck spots, I'm only going to glue on the straight sides and then on this little bitty part right there. And then when you're doing the slim type of tuck spots and pockets, it does help to get the right placement to shove like a couple of cards or tags or something down in it just so it'll give it some space before the glue starts drying. That way you'll have a little bit of a little bit of space. And then I did also only glue a portion of the circle because it can also be a small tuck spot. And we're going to do the same on the back. Ignore the random Buffy cards that are being my spacer cards. They are what is sitting on my desk. Waiting for me to get around to making a Buffy journal. Posted a Halloween train in September. Essentially, okay, thank you, Easy. I will take a look at that. Considering I'm probably gonna get off here soon. I gotta try to get some sleep. I gotta pick up my kid tomorrow from graduation practice at either 9:30 or 10:30. He doesn't know which. Alright. Alright, those are definitely still drying. So let's shove some stuff in. I don't know if these larger journaling cards will fit in the skinnier pockets. Will they? They will not. So we're going to use those for the mini cards, and then we'll add tags to them later. I might add this guy in here. I think this wider pocket type can fit. Yep, one of the journaling cards. We'll do a little journaling card, and then we'll come back and add a tag in there later. Let's see. Oh, that one has yellow. We might shove our little envelope in here. There we go. Let's do one of the library cards. A little one. I'm not going to shove those in all the way yet because I don't want them to get stuck. And then I might add it to this page. Where's the other page? Might look better on that one. I think I'm going to add this in as a belly band on here. This was the little scrap from one of the, this was from the back cover page. Just gonna glue on either side. Put some kind of spacer in here. I stuck to it. I put too much glue. And then let's see. Let me do this. Just do this one because it's at the end. Add another little circle, and we'll add it to the center of the. Actually, I might add some trim real fast before I put the circle in the middle. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Where did I put the green one? We'll add some teal sparkly trim. Oh my gosh. Cute little belly band. Hold that down for a moment. So I was going to do a little mini journal, but I think I'm just going to glue this only on 3 sides. That way that I can put some of these long tags down into this, if that makes sense, whenever I get around to cutting all those out. The way it'll be like a tag that has pockets with other little tags in it. Oh, wait, I don't want to put glue there. Hit the Hi everybody, welcome in. Check out the bin. There might still be some flash sales running. I had started a bunch of flash sales. I don't know if they're still running. Just trying to clear out some inventory out of there so I can load some new stuff. I don't know why I bothered to do that end, because that end I'm gonna find some washi tape to put on it. put washi tape in my journals, I like to glue it down because over time it doesn't always stay. No, I didn't center that very well. That's okay. I wonder if I should do the other sides just for fun. Then I just de-stress them. It looks so lopsided now. And then it's gonna I'm just gonna leave it like that. All right. So I left these to be little pockets. So whenever I do the long tags, I can tuck those in there. And I'll add some trim on here or something. Guess I can stick one of the other. I was going to put this in the belly band. I don't really want to put a circle on it if I'm putting it in there. Maybe I'll glue one of the bottle tags on there later. But for now, I can hang out in there. And see, once I do the other smaller tags, these little circles on our front cover and back cover can be little tuck spots. Since I only glued down a portion of them. So there'll be little tuck spots to also hold stuff. All right. I think I'll have to put something else in there. Oh, it's going to have other tags in there. That's right. But I think we got a good bit done, at least for one night. How long has it been? It's been 4 hours. We did 4 hours of crafting. And started with the apothecary kit and got all of this done. So if you guys missed the tutorial on how to put this guy together, if you make any purchases in the bin or purchase a kit, you can look on your video receipt to rewatch the entire show of how we put the cover together and the spine and did the binding and what we did to get to this point so far. The kit includes everything to put it together. It does not include any of the trims that I've added or ribbon or the like metal book corners or that on there. But it includes all of the printed stuff, the cardboard for the covers and the